Hey,
okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this dilapidated meeting of the City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Bob Weger and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Thank you, Mayor. Our Father, as we come before you today, we want to thank you for the opportunity to serve you once again. Lord, we do ask now that as we gather together to conduct the business of our great city, Lord, would you give us wisdom? You've promised in your word that when we call upon you, that you would answer and show us the great and mighty things that we could accomplish ultimately for your glory and for our good. Guide and direct us now, we pray, in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please call the roll. Thank you.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Chapman. Gill.
yes.
Hampton. Weeger. Williams. Present. Warren.
Okay, a quorum is established. Unfinished business. Number one, consider adopting a resolution declaring the structures located at 558 Northeast Carver Street to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court. John?
No. There we go. All right, Mayor, Council, how are y'all doing today? 558 Northeast Carver Street. This property originally came to council on 7/23, this property originally came on 4/8 of 2025. When we brought this on the right side of where the garage is, there was a big hole on the front side of the garage. The owner has repaired the hole in front of the garage, painted only the front side of the structure, and he is actually currently working on the soffit and trim. It still does have a little bit of roof damage, but the property owner is actually getting all the siding replaced and actually finish up the painting the rest of the structure as well, and we'll be putting on a new roof on the structure. Any questions? No, sir, you closed that last council meeting.
Okay, what ward is this in? Ward 7? Did you make the motion, ma'am?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a written out motion so we get the full motion?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof set forth in the resolution.
And is that your second, Mr. Hampton? Yes. Okay, please vote. Hopefully once we get going, it's going. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up item 2. Consider whether to approve the property owner to continue remodeling the structure located at 1812 Southwest D Avenue per section 611108, section D, that states after 180 days, the property would go back to City Council for specific authorization by the City Council. John?
1812 Southwest D Avenue. This property originally came to council on 7/23 of 2024. As you can see in this photo right here, new windows, new doors, new siding, new trim, and new roofing is on the structure. Staff's recommendation is that we continue on issuing out permits for the structure.
Motion for approval. Ward 5?
Yes, motion to approve another
extension.
120-day permit.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Mr. Uyghur seconds, please vote. Don Land? Oh. What does he do? Push e-vote? Come down here and help us. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item 3, considering whether to approve the property owner to continue remodeling the structure located at 1511 Southwest Texas Avenue per Section 611108, Section D, that states after 180 days, the property will go back to City Council for specific authorization by council. John.
1511 Southwest Texas Avenue. This was originally brought in front of council on 1/24/23. This one has new gas lines run to it, electrical service. In fact, if you actually look at the picture on the left, you can see the gentleman clearing the tree away so PSO can actually run electricity to the unit itself. A lot of interior work has been redone on this structure, and staff recommendation is that we continue on with issuing out permits on the structure.
Give them an extension.
Give them an extension, correct?
Ward 7.
Motion to continue to give them an extension for 60 days.
And who's second? Wait a minute, 60 days or just an extension?
6 months.
It's a 6 months. Don't state the time, just state motion to extend.
Motion to extend.
Second? Second. You have a second, please vote. All right. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up item 4. Consider whether to approve the property owner to continue remodeling the structure located at 1512 Southwest Dr. Charles W. Whitlow Avenue per Section 611108, Section D. The states after 180 days, the property will go back to City Council for specific authorization by council. John.
1512 Southwest Dr. Charles W. Whitlow Avenue. Original council date was 7/23/2024. The structure has new roofing, new windows, new trim, and new soffit, and also new roofing, new trim and soffit on it as well. Staff recommendation is to continue on extending it so they can get the permits.
To extend,
Yes, sir.
do you make a motion to extend?
Motion to extend.
Second? We have a second, please vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up item 5. Consider whether to approve the property owner to continue remodeling the structure located at 1701 Southwest Avenue per Section 611108, Section D. The states after 180 days, the property will go back to City Council for specific authorization by council. John.
1701 Southwest F Avenue. Original council date was on 7/25/23. The structure has new doors and windows. Siding has been fixed and new trim and soffits have been installed. Staff recommendation is to allow them to extend to get to continue on with the permits.
Ward 5.
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to say, I'd like to go ahead and approve this, but I'm really thrilled to see some of these properties getting fixed. That is really the aim of this council to do that.
Do we have a second? We do have a second. Please vote. George? Okay, 6-0, motion carries, bringing up item 6. Consider waiving Council Policy 1-6 to reconsider an item within 6 months. Consider rescinding Resolution Number 25-62, which declared the structure located at 2211 Northwest Baltimore Avenue a dilapidated structure, and take action as deemed necessary. John.
2211 Northwest Baltimore Avenue. This structure right here does have a new roof on the structure, and also the carport that was leaning on the side has also been removed as well. The structure still, though, has damage on it with the brick separating from top of the garage door. There are actually damaged windows and boarded up windows on the structure still. Staff recommendation, now this has been past the 30 days for him to allow to get the permits. So staff recommendation is to reascend so that he can get the D&D permits so he can continue working on the structure.
Okay, let me see if I understand. They didn't get their permit in time. You want us to reaffirm the resolution
Correct,
so
reaffirm the
that he
resolution.
can get his permits? Just a minute. Are you good with that?
Yeah, so for clarification, we're not rescinding and saying it's not dilapidated, correct?
Correct.
You're just wanting to extend allow an exception, allow him to get a permit.
Yes,
Is what
sir.
we're doing.
Make sure that's clear. I'm good if that's,
Okay.
make the motion that way.
Do we have to make a, just a minute, do we have to make a motion to reconsider?
We have to waive the council policy to do
Okay, I need a motion to waive the council policy.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, please vote. By the way, I do recommend that we do this and we reaffirm so they can get the permit. Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Thank you.
all for that. I think the intentions are really good, and I think that they will consider to do what it's looking a lot better.
Good.
Yeah. So, anyway.
Okay, so let's vote on, it's going to take 6 votes to reconsider. And what you're voting now is, do we want to reconsider?
Yes.
Per the rules.
Well, it just,
Motion carries. Now, Ms. Hankins.
I don't know.
Excuse me, Ms. Hankins Booker.
yes,
I need to get that right, don't I?
I don't know.
Would you like to make a motion, if it so pleases you, to reaffirm this resolution to start the timetable afresh?
Yes, I would. I'm feeling pretty positive about this.
All right, do we have a second? Second. Please vote. Probably needs to be restarted. Okay, before we get on all this, can you put hers in until then and just restart it? When they stop taking it, they need to be turned off and back on. Oh, really? It has a malfunction in its mechanism? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you fixing that up. So we've already moved on, and you've got the timetable starting afresh, okay? We can't reconsider. We've already done this.
The thing is, it's reconsidered to be put back on the D&D.
It is on the D&D, sir. It is,
It's on the D&D, they cannot live there.
so it's on the, it's placed on the D&D, and without regard to ownership, it needs work.
So as long as the water is on, they can live there. But the water has to be on.
Okay. Is there something in the rules that says they can't have the water turned on? I thought we took care of that.
No, if they have the water turned on, you can live in it.
Okay.
Correct. It's habitable. That's the
All
correct
right,
term.
we're moving on. Item number 7, and we're going to have to go through these fast, council, and if the voting is going to be very slow and messed up, we're going to have to roll call because we're not going to get through this in time to start the regular meeting, okay? You tell me if we can get through it, I'm fine.
Mayor, she's going to roll call. She'll roll
Okay.
call.
Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structure and all secondary structures on the property located at 101 Southwest 74th Street, secondary structure, 403 Southwest 17th Street, 405 Southwest 17th Street, secondary structure, 407 Northwest 3rd Street, secondary structure, 514 Southwest Avenue, 605 Southwest 26th Street, 615 Southwest Highland Avenue, 704 Northwest Arlington Avenue, secondary structure, 735 Southwest 45th Street, secondary structure, 743 Northwest 38th Street, 811 Southwest Monroe Avenue, 904 Southwest Summit Avenue, secondary structure, 905 Southwest Summit Avenue, 906 Southwest Summit Avenue, secondary structure, 910 Southwest 5th Street, 910 Southwest Park Avenue, 918 Southwest 3rd Street, 1003 Southwest 66th Street, secondary structure, 1006 Southwest Monroe Avenue, secondary structure, 1012 Southwest Monroe Avenue, 1102 Southwest 45th Street, 1106 Southwest 9th Street, 1108 Northwest 61st Street, commercial, 1126 Southwest Georgia Avenue, secondary structure, 1206 Northwest Euclid Avenue, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lot City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence a legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. We start with 101 Southwest, oh, wait a minute. I'm going to go by this.
Well, remember, Mayor, I brought 514 Southwest Summit to be stricken.
Find that on there for me, would you? 504. Okay, we're striking 514 Southwest Summit. Is it on this list?
514 or 504? I see 514.
Did you say 514? Okay, we're striking 514, and you want me to go in this order right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 101 South, do you know who's here? Oh, you've got the here.
Yes, sir.
Don't we want to do the heres first?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to start with 743 Northwest 38th Street. John?
740, hold on. Let me get to my notes. Sorry about that, sir. 743 Northwest 38th Street. This property does have active water account, and it also does have a fifth remodel permit on this property. It does have damaged siding, damaged soffit and damaged trim, broken windows. This structure was asked by Ms. Chapman to bring in front of council for the D&D. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 743 Northwest 38th Street, please come forward. Come on forward, sir. I'm going to ask you to be ready if you're here to speak on a property. When John is talking on your property, please start making your way towards the front. Come on up, sir. And if you would, just come to the podium and give us your name and address.
My name's Lord Winters. I live in Altus, Oklahoma, 721 North Park Avenue.
Okay, and what do you have to tell us, sir?
See,
What do you have to tell us on this?
I didn't understand that.
What do you want to talk about on the house, on the property?
We put a new roof on it last week. We put the high planes, just rewired it. It doesn't have that much wrong with it as far as I'm concerned. I know it looks bad right there, but that was storm damage. We hadn't had a chance to work much since that rain started. We had 30 days to do it, according to the paper, but it was up in 5 days from the time we got
But I'm gathering, if you've put a roof on this, your desire is to make this livable, is that correct? Yeah, okay, so probably what's going to happen is they're going to put it on the D&D, but here's the way that works. It's real simple. When it's a process designed to help you be successful, and you have 45 days to get your permit, and then you have to, is it every 90 days you get checked to make sure that you're making progress? Because our goal is that these houses come off the list and become livable, okay? In this department, Larry Parks is the head of it. They're great at working with people to help you be successful, okay? Do you have anything else you want to tell us? Okay.
Just texted it.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing.
I'm speaking
Ms.
for
Hankins.
Councilwoman Chapman that's not here tonight. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution. This is a good process to, every 30 days, they can monitor progress.
Do we have a second? We do have a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Weiger? Williams?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 6-0. 904 Southwest Summit Avenue, secondary structure. Please start making your way forward.
904 Southwest Summit Avenue. This is a secondary structure. It does have active water on the property for the main structure. The structure has damaged roofing, siding, and trim, broken windows. No permits have been issued as of this morning. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak, please come forward. Yes, sir. Can you give us your name and address, please?
Jeremy Locklear, 904 Southwest Summit Avenue, Lawton.
House?
Not in that one, that is a secondary.
Okay.
It's essentially a shed for the property, Your Honor.
Okay, what do you want to tell us about this?
The windows have all been replaced with storm windows, and the roof has been repaired. The hole that was in the roof has been repaired. I just need to know what else to do to
Okay, I'll
stay
tell
in the
you.
good graces, Your Honor.
Yeah, it sounds like you've got the same goal we do, and that's to get it back up to standards.
Yes, sir.
And so the way this works, the council is very likely to put it on the D&D, but it's a very workable plan that's designed to help you be successful. And you'll have 6 weeks to get a permit, 6 calendar weeks to get a permit. Then every 90 days, you get checked to make sure you're making progress, okay?
And just so I'm clear, what type of a standards would someone need for an outbuilding or a shed? Would they be the same as a habitable structure, or would they be something different?
I'm going to let you get with him after
Yes, sir.
we're done, okay?
Yes, sir.
Right? So I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Hampton?
Yes, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We do have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Weiger? Williams?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you working on that. 905 Southwest Summit Avenue, John?
905 Southwest Summit Avenue. This structure has inactive water since 9/20 of 2022. The structure also has damaged roofing, siding, soffit, and broken trim. Broken windows and 2 secondary structures are on this property. As of this morning, no permits have been issued on this structure.
Okay. Have any questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Please come up and to the microphone and tell us what you want us to hear.
Yes, sir. As of this morning, we've been
Go ahead,
Been
I'm sorry,
working.
go ahead and give me your name and address.
Ruth Salazar,
Okay,
and the address is 905 Southwest Summit.
okay. And what do you want us to know?
I plan to fix it up and get everything fixed in order.
Okay, great. That's our goal too. You've heard me talk to the others, and
Yes.
we have a process that work with you to be successful, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Hampton?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Do I have a second? Second. Please vote, or please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Weiger? Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. 910 Southwest 5th Street. John?
910 Southwest Fifth Street. This structure has inactive water since 9/28 of 2024. Damaged roofing, siding, broken windows and doors. There are two secondary structures on this property. As you can see, there was a vagrant that is living inside this trailer. And then the secondary structure on the backside has also caught fire. As of this morning, there was no permits pulled on this property. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. If you please come forward if you want to speak on this item. We need your name and address, please.
Avisaí Saldívar, address is 219 Coachella Avenue in California.
And what do you have to tell us?
This property was my brother's. He passed away in August 7, 2022. We didn't know about this. We came here just to check on the property. We got some, it was rented, but ever since my brother passed away, they never give any more the rent money for us or stuff like that. And we didn't know about this burnt, and we tried to clean it up. We removed the RV that you first saw. We had yeah, that one. We didn't know where to communicate. I did my research, and we contact some like big trailer guys that remove them. We cut the grass and everything. So our plan is to fix it up. But as of right now, we removed the RV, and because we had like squatters living there.
Okay, well, first thing I want to do is offer my condolences for your loss. I know those things are hard. Our job is public safety, and so in your absence, we've kind of developed a public safety issue and vagrants and that kind of thing. But as you heard me explain, our process is set up to help you be successful, and I know it's a little bit of a burden on you being from California, but it sounds like you're making good progress. So my guess is we'll put this on the D&D, and then you get a building permit, and you can continue to make improvements or tear it down, whatever you want to do, okay?
Yeah. Who will we talk about to get that permit?
Right here,
Oh,
John.
okay.
Mhm. Okay?
Thank
All
you.
right. I'll close the public hearing. Council.
Yes, Mayor, I'm glad to see that this area is cleaned up. It is cleaned up compared to what it was, and good thing they're getting it fixed. And I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Weiger? Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 1006 Southwest Monroe Avenue, secondary structure. John.
1006 Southwest Monroe Avenue is a secondary structure. Inactive water since 7/18 of 2017. Damaged roofing, missing siding, broken windows. And as of this morning, no permits have been issued for this property. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. If you would, please step up to the mic if you'd like to speak. I need your name and address.
Francisco Martinez, 1501 Southwest 10th Street, I own 1006.
Okay, sir, what would you like us to know?
That the building in question is a tool shed that I was starting to rebuild, but you know, I'm slow. But since I got this notice, I'm not going to have time or the money or effort to rebuild it, so I've since cleared the whole shed, everything down to the concrete pad, cleaned everything up, all the trash is gone, and all the damage from the storms that I had piled up, all that's gone too. It's all cleaned up completely. So
Are you saying this no longer exists?
no,
It does not exist?
no, it's just tool shed. I just went ahead and tore it down. My son-in-law tore it down and hauled it off.
Okay, do we have a D&D on the next council meeting as well?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can we get what word is this? Can we table this for 30 days?
That's also want a motion to table it.
Okay, do I have a second? Yes. Okay, please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Gill? Hampton? Weiger? Williams?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion to table it for 30-day carry, they have to go out and verify it and all of that and come back, okay? Thank you for cleaning that up. Okay, that's, is there anybody here that's here for a property? Okay, Mark, what's your property? Come on down. Sir, come on down to the front, please. If you would all come down to the front. We're going to deal with, I missed 101 Southwest 74th. Who's that? Okay. All right, we're going to go with 101 Southwest 74th Street, secondary structure. You guys just have a seat, and then we'll get your addresses.
Okay. 101 Southwest 74th Street. This is a secondary structure. It does have active water on the property for the main structure. This structure right here has damaged roofing, damaged siding, and missing door. No permits have been pulled as of this morning. Any questions?
Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing. Sir, give us your name and address, and then...
Tommy McMahon, 101 Southwest 74th Street. That was a shed we built back in 1972, me and my pop, so I'm about to tear it down anyway before that rainstorm came up, so it's coming down.
Okay, so you heard the story. We're
Yeah.
probably going to put it, and then you can work with John to get a demo permit,
Yeah.
okay? Okay, Ward 8. He's not here.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Okay, 1108 Northwest 61st Street. John?
See here, 1108 Northwest 61st Street. Hold on one second, let me get my paperwork. 1108 Northwest 61st Street. This does have active water since 5/1 of 25. This structure right here has damaged roofing, damaged siding, damaged trim, and soffit. There is one secondary structure on the property. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Sir, if you'd step up to the microphone and give us your name and address, please.
Josh Hardage, 2321 Northwest 47th.
And what do you have to tell us, sir?
This is not a house, it's a storehouse. It's 4 garage doors and 3 storage rooms. Nobody lives there, so
Well, sir,
I don't know exactly what.
Yeah,
I
we-
asked him what he wanted to fix, and I don't know yet.
are we not given list of what needs to be done?
We are sending 30 days IPMC codes to every D&D structure that we send out.
You're sending out what?
2018 International Property Maintenance Code that is underneath Chapter 6 that basically says exactly what is the issue or the violation on your property that needs to be fixed.
You are specifically telling them what needs to be done, right?
Correct. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
sir, did you not understand that notice?
It was a vague letter, and I asked for pictures of what he wanted to fix, and I just,
Okay,
other than paint and some trim, I'm not sure exactly what he wants.
okay, is there anybody else that wants to speak on this item? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing. I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Okay.
They're going to put it on the D&D list, and then John will get with you, specifically explain the letter that he sent to you, okay?
Even though this is not a house.
That's right.
Okay.
Sir, we're into public safety, and it's not just houses,
I mean,
okay?
that's fine.
All right, do I have a motion?
Move to approve
Go ahead. She's
a
reading.
resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
And as you second it, Mr. Uyghur, please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Mark, what's your address?
1102 Southwest 45th Street.
Okay, 1102 Southwest 45th Street. John?
1102 Southwest 45th Street. This structure has inactive water since 9/17 of 2021. This structure also has damaged roofing, siding, and soffit, and trim. When taking these pictures, the bottom structure on it was missing actually a piece of plywood, and there was water inside the structure that was about ankle deep. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come up to the microphone. And Mark, give us your name and address, please.
Mark Rodriguez, 201 Southeast Lee, Lawton, Oklahoma.
Okay, and what do you want us to know?
So this is a part of some property that we purchased several years ago. We actually purchased the whole corner, 1101, 1102, 702, and 704. We purchased all four from the Indian nations. They were having an auction, so we bought all four. And they all looked like that when we purchased them a few years ago. We have since sold three of them, fixed up all three of the other three and sold them. This was fourth on our list, and it was actually on our list to work on this summer. This is basically on where we are on some of our properties. We were contacted, I wasn't aware of this until just the other day. We were contacted by somebody else that wanted to buy it, a company from Oklahoma City. So we're all about money, so we sold it. And I have a copy of the contract that I can give you guys today. I would ask that if you give us 30 days for us to close that out, and that will be their problem. I have a copy, like I said, of the contract to give to you guys.
Okay, do you have any questions? Or I haven't closed the public hearing, but, okay. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Ms. Hankins Booker.
I would go ahead and move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution. It still allows that process. If you're pulling permits, then that goes on, and you still have about the same amount of time.
And I need a second?
Yes.
We do have a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. And Mark, basically, it's on the D&D regardless of the ownership. It has to do with the structure of the property. And so the process is set up to help you be successful. 6 weeks to get a permit, and they work with you every 90 days. Is there anyone else here on a property that's listed? Okay, we're going to go back up to 403 Southwest, is that 17th?
17th.
17th Street.
403 Southwest 17th Street, inactive water since 11/16 of 2023. There are 3 secondary structures on this property with damaged roofing, butt rot, damaged siding, damaged soffit, and damaged trim. And also the foundation on the main structure as well is actually making the house cave in on itself. The owner of the property did come in this morning and actually told me that they are looking at demoing the property and is pulling a permit pulled a demo permit this morning and just waiting for the clearances. Any questions?
So your recommendation is what?
Is to still put this on the D&D to make sure that the property owner does actually go out with the plans. If they don't, they can still get a D&D remodel permit and remodel it.
Okay, if there's seeing no questions, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Hampton.
I move to approve resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second? And please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 405 Southwest 17th Street, secondary structure. John.
405 Southwest 17th Street. This is a secondary structure, inactive water since 12/17/2024. This structure has no roof. Siding is starting to fall in, damaged door, no, missing doors, missing windows. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Councilman.
Mayor, I approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 407 Northwest 3rd Street, secondary structure.
407 Northwest 3rd Street, secondary structure, inactive water since 5/23/23. Unfortunately, we were unable to find the fire date for this structure. This structure also has damaged siding and damaged trim, smoke damage throughout the structure, broken windows and doors, and as of this morning, no permits have been issued on this structure. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 407 Northwest 3rd secondary structure. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
I have a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 605 Southwest 26th Street. John?
605 Southwest 26th Street does have active water on the structure. Damaged roofing, siding, and trim. We have received multiple complaints about vagrant on the property and inside the structure. As of this morning, no permits have been issued. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 605 Southwest 26th Street, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 615 Southwest Highland Avenue. John?
615 Southwest Highland Avenue, inactive water since 5/11/2024. This structure has a secondary structure on the property, damaged roofing, damaged siding, damaged trim and soffit, damaged skirting, broken windows and doors. No, as of this morning, no permits have been filed on the property. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 704 Northwest Arlington Avenue, secondary structure. John?
704 Northwest Arlington Avenue, secondary structure. Active water is on the account for the main structure. This structure right here has damaged roofing, damaged siding, trim, and soffit, broken windows and doors. We've received vagrant calls on this structure, and as of this morning, no permits have been issued on this structure. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 704 Northwest Arlington Avenue, secondary structure. Please come forward if you wish to speak. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 735 Southwest 45th Street, secondary structure.
735 Southwest 45th Street, secondary structure, does have an active water count on the main property. The structure is falling on itself, damaged roofing, damaged siding, and no permits have been filed as of this morning. Any questions?
Seeing no questions, I open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Did you have a comment you want to make?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I didn't think that was a structure.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
I do have a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 811 Southwest Monroe Avenue.
811 Southwest Monroe Avenue, no account was found. The original demo permit was issued on 4/13 of 2018. During this demolition, they left the foundation and debris on the property. As of this morning, no permits have been issued to finish up the job. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 811 Southwest Monroe Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof set forth in the resolution.
Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Mr.
Who did the demo on that? Did they do it, or was it the contractor?
I don't have the information on it, but I will let you know tomorrow morning.
Okay, we need to find out who did that, because if that was a contractor, we need to have a meeting.
100%, I understand.
Okay, that brings up 906 Southwest Summit Avenue, secondary structure.
906 Southwest Summit, secondary, this is a secondary structure on this, inactive water since 10/1 of 2016. This is actually two secondary structures. Both structures have damaged roofing, siding, and trim and soffit damage. Vagrant issues have been called on these, and unfortunately, there has been a fire that we do not have a fire date on. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 906 Southwest 7th Avenue, secondary structure. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Councilman.
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We do have a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 910 Southwest Park Avenue.
910 Southwest Park Avenue, inactive water since 6/1 of 2007 with a fire date of 1/28/25. Fire throughout the whole structure, and there is a secondary structure on the property. Demo permit has been filed on the structure as well. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 910 Southwest Park Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman.
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Got a second? Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 918 Southwest 3rd Street. John.
918 Southwest 3rd Street. This one has had inactive water since 1/14/25 with a fire date of 1/24/25. Fire damage throughout the structure, and there is one secondary structure on the property. Demo permit has been applied for this structure. Any questions?
You want us to, is the recommendation to continue with?
Recommendation is to continue on to make sure that they continue with either remodeling it or tear it down.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing on this address. Anybody wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilman.
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 1003 Southwest 66th Street, secondary structure. John?
1003 Southwest 66th Street has an active water count on the main structure. This one does. The secondary structure has fallen in on itself. The main structure in the property does not have a fence. It is barely hanging on by a thread. A porch is considered a structure by Lawton City Code. So this could actually be more detrimental if a child walks through their fence where they do not have a fence and this structure falls on them. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1003 Southwest 66th. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Okay, I'm losing my track. What was that one? 1003 Southwest 66. Okay, that brings us to 1012 Southwest Monroe Avenue.
1012 Southwest Monroe Avenue, inactive water since 2/27/2013, damaged roofing, siding, and trim. and soffit, brick separation from the structure, broken windows and doors. As of this morning, no permits have been filed. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1012 Southwest Monroe Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
Move to approve resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Weeger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Motion carries, bringing up 1106 Southwest 9th Street. John.
1106 Southwest 9th Street, inactive water since 7/20 of 2022, damaged roofing and siding and trim. We have been called multiple times on vagrant issues on the property. As of today, they have applied for a demo permit. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Councilman?
Mayor, I approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We've got a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Weeger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 1126 Southwest Georgia Avenue secondary structure.
1126 Southwest Georgia Avenue, secondary structure, has an active water count for the main house. This structure right here, as you can see, damaged roofing, siding, and brick separation from it. It looks like it was put together, the motor sticking out and stuff like that. As of this morning, as of this morning, a demo permit has been issued, or has been applied for. I'm sorry. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We do have a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Weeger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Motion carries 7-0. And I'm going to correct, I said the last one carried 6-0, it was 7-0. That brings up 1206 Northwest Euclid Avenue. John.
1206 Northwest Euclid Avenue, no water account was found for this. There are two other secondary structures on this property. They do have damaged roofing, siding, soffit, and trim. They do have broken windows, and as of this morning, no permit has been filed. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilman.
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Got a second? Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Weeger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Did I get them all?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the only thing left is a motion for adjournment.
So moved. Second.
And a second. Thank you. And now we need to call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Weeger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
We stand adjourned until the next meeting starts at 6. I'm going to tell you, if we'd have fooled around with that voting
Test.
You probably want this back, don't you?
No,
No, that's yours. Seriously?
Seriously, that's yours.
That's awesome.
Congratulations, I'm so
Well,
happy
thank
for you
you.
both.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So happy for you guys. Glad you're back. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so the red light means it's on. Test, test. Okay. And you're just gonna, sit down here, and when I call on you, which is right after I call the meeting to order, you just stand up there and pray. And then you can back up a little bit while we do the pledge, or you can stand there and lead us in the pledge. In other words, if you're standing by the microphone, you'll be leading the pledge, which is okay too. I'm just telling you.
I want to stand with the others.
And then you're welcome to stay for the whole meeting or not.
Okay.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm glad you didn't forget about it.
Council, please take your seats.
Have a thing for council pay to get rich free my insurance. Just go for it. You be short, alone. I call Miss Brooke. I said, Miss Brooke,
Okay, council, we're about to begin. Please take your seats. Okay, so I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Larry Fa'aita, who also serves on our Race Relations Commission, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Bow our heads. Dear Father, we thank you for your faithfulness. We thank you for your grace and your mercy. We thank you for being Lord, in whom we trust. On behalf of the City Council meeting, grant us wisdom and guidance pertaining to affairs and concerns of your people in this community. Clothe us with humility and dignity. Grant us unity in our decision-making, respect throughout our discussions, love to love our neighbors as we love ourselves, but most importantly of all, salvation upon those who haven't received Jesus Christ as personal Lord and Savior in their lives. We thank you for all of these manifold blessings in Jesus' name, and all God's people say,
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Once again, thank you, Pastor, for coming. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, quorum is established. Now, we're going to start with item 37 and 38 so we can get the out-of-town lawyers back home. So item number 37, discussion and possible action with respect to a resolution approving and authorizing the Lawton Metropolitan Area Airport Authority to incur indebtedness by the issuance of its Revenue Note Series 2022A, AMT, the note, and approving an amendment to the Lawton Metropolitan Airport Authority Revenue Note Series 2022 ATM in the amount not to exceed $9,350,000, waiving competitive bidding for the sale of the note, and approving the sale of said note to Arvest Bank, and containing other provisions related thereto. Who's speaking on this? Tim?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the item before you today, essentially back in 2022, the Airport Authority took out a note, and that note technically is expired. They're basically asking to reissue the note, so this is new debt. The Airport Authority had a public hearing on this, and they approved this. So it's coming back to you, Council, as our beneficiary of the Airport Authority Trust. The authority's asking that you approve this. Also, the note is in the amount not to exceed $9,350,000. It would go to Arvest Bank, as Mayor read. If you approve, it does take a 3/4 vote of the council to approve. Any questions? We have Lynn Driver, our bond counsel's here, and also Jared Davidson for the Airport Authority is here too.
Do we have any questions, council? Seeing none, do I have a motion for approval?
Second.
We have a motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Okay, are we voting on the deal? Okay, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. That meets your number, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Item 38, consider approving a resolution fixing the amount of general obligation bonds series 2025 to mature each year, fixing the time and place the bonds are to be sold, designating a pay agent, registrar, approving the preliminary official statement and distribution thereof, ratifying and confirming a continuing disclosure agreement, authorizing the clerk to give notice of said sale as required by law, and fixing other details of the issue. Chris?
So this is the annual issuance of your general obligation bonds. So we've had elections in 2017 and 2023. So to maintain the tax rate where it is, we go through this every year. So this year we're issuing $3,150,000, and the main point of this meeting tonight is to set the date, time, and place. We'll receive bids, and so about a month from now we'll be back with those, and at that time, assuming you like the rates that we receive, you'll award the bonds at that time and issue the debt.
Okay, just to clarify for the community, this is for the ad valorem passed in 2017, actually, for streets.
That is correct.
Okay, all right,
Yep.
thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion for approval? Motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Thank you for moving us up. We appreciate it.
All right.
See a Thunder game apparently.
Thank you for coming, Chris and Lynn. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, and that brings up our presentations. You know, before we get started on that, I was out of town over the last council meeting and out of town during the flooding. And I want to appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem, who happens to be our most experienced elected official. And he's been on the council on and off for probably over 20 years, haven't you, Randy? And I really appreciated Randy's leadership while I was out of town. Now, the elected official's role is to stand by if the city manager needs policy changes. The city manager is the one that runs everything on a day-to-day basis. And I want to tell you, when I was driving back into town, I think it was Monday night, I kind of get lost on the date, but I was expecting a mess. And I want to tell you, the town was so clean, the streets were so clean. And a neighbor told me that they'd been out with the street cleaners. Everybody's been out working. Now, our fire department did 71 rescues, that's people rescues, and also 9 pet rescues. So they were obviously very busy. And from some of what I saw, we've bought them a lot of equipment. Apparently, we never bought them a flat-bottom boat. So we might need to take a look at that, because I saw they were looking. But what an amazing job our dispatch, our firefighters, our police officers did. But it wasn't just them, and I don't want to take anything away from them, but to clean the town up the way that it was cleaned up took the entire force of the City of Lawton employees. And I want to appreciate our city manager and all of our employees for jumping in. Here's what I take from this. Government worked the way it was supposed to. Now, I'm going to tell you, the phone calls I get aren't when government works right. Folks, we can all be proud. Government worked the way it was supposed to, and this town looks great. Please join me in giving all of our employees a big round of applause. Now with that, John, I'd like you to go ahead and make your announcement concerning flood issues, if you could.
Sure, Mayor. So a couple items with respect to the flood. So tomorrow we're going to make a post. The Federal Small Business Administration is offering low-interest loans to anyone that's affected by the flood. So that's going to be either their business or their personal property. So we're going to push out some information about that tomorrow. Also, we have the Oklahoma Baptist Relief Team that's operating out of Cameron Baptist Church, thank you. I was about to say Comanches, Cameron Baptist Church. So they'll be operating out of there for about the next 30 days or so. And what they're going to do is they're providing a free service for the community. So if your house was damaged by the flood or any of your personal property, they're going to come in, they're going to rip out the damaged drywall, rip out the damaged carpet, things of that nature, and they're going to do that all free of charge for our citizens. So So in other words, they'll prep the house for it to be remodeled. And so they're doing that all free of charge. So take advantage of that. If you know somebody's home that was damaged in the flooding, make sure you let them know. This is a great opportunity to get that taken care of at no cost.
Okay, and putting your property on that oklahomadamage.gov or whatever it is,
That's right.
is very important to us working to get a federal resolution. Is that correct?
That's correct. So, Caitlin, do you have the web address on that? I think it's okdamage.gov. Damage.ok.gov. So if you have had damage, either personal property or your home, make sure that you report that damage through the state. That will enable us to make sure that we're reporting the appropriate value, and potentially it will help the governor get a federal declaration of a disaster, which will free up more funds for the community and will enable federal agencies to come down and assist.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to item number 1. Present the following employees their certificate and pin from the Oklahoma Municipal League for 25 years of service to municipal government. And we have Guadalupe Arce, I think, Mark Floyd, Judy Franco, Abel Luna, Darren McKay, Michelle Rosario, John Santos, and John Schwink. Please come forward.
Craig, come up as well, please. And if there's any family members that want to join, please come on up as well.
Too many things.
Doesn't matter. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful.
All right, one more round of applause for 25 years of service. Thank you guys so much. Okay, and that brings up our employee recognition of the firefighters. Would the firefighters please come forward?
Okay, can I get the crews for Engine 7 and Rescue 5, please? And Chief Williams. Okay, while they're coming on up, I just want to make a few remarks. I know a lot is said about the city and our firefighters, but let there be no mistake. The city council, city leadership is extremely proud of our first responders and what they did on April 12th. If they can make us more proud, they certainly did. So Engine 7, and Jared, feel free to correct me if I get this wrong. So on April 12th, Engine 7 responded to a call where an individual was not breathing, was in full cardiac arrest. They get into the home, they start rendering aid. We have one firefighter clears the airway, another starts chest compressions, a third starts drilling in to the bone to get vascular access to deliver cardiac medication. And then we have Rescue 5 that shows up on the scene, and immediately they start doing what's called CPR, and what that means is, studies and our experience tell us that after 2 minutes, the quality of your chest compressions go down. So you switch people out. So you make sure that the aid that you're rendering is the best possible aid that you can give. And so by the time that these gentlemen were done rendering aid, the individual was in normal cardiac, what they call sinus rhythm. That means his heart rate was fine. And by the time the ambulance got there, he was breathing. And so amazing, amazing effort. So please give these guys a round of applause.
Last year in 2024, we had a renewed emphasis on CPR. The requirement is that we do a refresher every 2 years, and what we felt that wasn't good enough, and so we now do quarterly CPR competencies. We want to be not good, we want to be the best, and that's where our firefighters are headed, and that's where our numbers are showing. What we're talking about is ROSC, which is return of spontaneous circulation. The national average is somewhere around 20-25% for out of hospital. Since January 1st, our average is 32.6% and getting better. And so it's just a tribute not only to our guys and what they're doing, but the equipment that's been bought for us. We're able to buy cardiac monitors during the COVID crisis, use some of that money, and we've turned that around. It's to the point now that the cardiologists at Memorial Hospital, they want our data, because if we achieve ROSC in the field and you get you to the cardiac cath lab, they want to see as early as that can on that cardiac rhythm. So we're now uploading our data, and we're having an effect on patient outcomes greater than just in the field. Now it's looking to your long term. And so where we're headed, we don't know, but we're going to keep getting better, and when we get there, we'll just figure out a way to get better at that point.
And I just want to add that just 2 weeks after this event, these same guys were back out in our city rescuing folks from the flooding. So please give them one more round of applause.
Okay, I will.
All right, thank you, guys.
Okay, and now we have Young Achievers Award. John?
Can I get Serenity to come down? Is Serenity here? There she is. Mayor, can I get you to come down too? Come on, Serenity, come over here. I won't bite, I promise. Okay, well, let me tell you about what Serenity did. So Serenity recently wrote an essay, and she won the Martin Luther King Jr. regional competition for essay writing, and the theme of the essay was environmental stewardship. So give Serenity a round of applause. But that's not all. That's not all. So Serenity was not content just writing about change. Serenity wanted to be the change that she wrote about. So what she did was she organized a cleanup at her school. She's a 5th grader at Crosby Park Elementary School. So on the 26th of April, everybody was out there. They got several bags of trash and cleaned up their school. And so we're really proud of Serenity. Give her a round of applause. And we got a few things for you.
I could spot your mom by the big smile and her pride over you. Let's give her one more round of applause. What's a Clean Sweep Award? Are you doing that? That's me? Is it one of these? Ah, Clean Sweep, Jones Construction. Jones Construction. Oh, is this? Okay. And you are? Mr. Jones. All right, Mr. Jones. So you must be one of our individuals that picks up litter along a section of road ever so often, right? And that's once a quarter, if I'm not mistaken. Once a month? All right. You know what? I see everybody out doing that, and we never have the opportunity to really say thank you. And that's what this Clean Sweep Award is about, is saying thank you. What will we do without you? As a community, I mean that. It takes this kind of action to make a community and keep a community beautiful. And so I appreciate this. And this Clean Sweep Award says to Jones Construction Group, this special recognition honors community groups and organizations that actively contribute to keeping our city clean by regularly picking up litter. It celebrates our dedication to maintaining a beautiful and welcoming environment for all our residents, and your service rises to the highest level of some kind of wonderful. Let's give him a big round of applause. Do you guys get out there like your company or your family?
We go out once a month, usually on a Saturday morning, and I try to treat them to some Chick-fil-A.
Look at you. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for what you do. One more round of applause, please. That brings up our proclamations, and so we have National Police Week coming up. Who is coming up? The chief. Come on down. So some big news in the paper this week, and I was so proud of our entire police force for I'm going to call it a sex crimes unit, but that's probably not it, victims unit, or what do you call it?
Special victims unit.
There you go, special unit, big bust, and I'm so proud. It took a lot of coordination and a lot of work by the Lawton Police Department and the Marshal's Office and the District Attorney.
Yes.
Did I get everybody?
Yes.
Okay, and let's give them a round of applause for them. Let me read this proclamation. Whereas in 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Peace Officer Memorial Day in the calendar week, in which May the 15th falls as National Police Week. Established by a joint resolution of Congress in 1962, National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others, of us. Whereas the International Association of Chiefs of Police has declared law enforcement officers' safety and wellness a top priority, and the IACP Center for Officer Safety and Wellness promotes the importance of individual, agency, family, and community safety and wellness awareness. Whereas the members of the Lawton Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of the city of Lawton. Whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibility of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. Whereas the Lawton Police Department has grown to be a progressive and professional law enforcement agency which unceasingly provides a vital public service. I do proclaim the week of May 11 to 17th as Police Week in Lawton Fort Sill in the city of Lawton, with appropriate ceremonies and observances in which all of our people may join in commemorating police officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in doing so have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. I further call upon all citizens of the city of Lawton to observe May 11th, 2025 as National Police Officers Memorial Day, to honor those police officers who through their courageous deeds have lost their lives or have become disabled in the performance of duties. Let's give them a round of applause and appreciate all of our police. And the chief always wants to say a few words.
Always. Thank you, Mayor. This is a week set aside to honor our fallen. Last year, nationally, 146 officers lost their lives. And as a matter of fact, this week in Washington, D.C., we're having the celebration and remembrance of those officers. Their name is going to be engraved on the memorial wall in Washington, D.C. Last week, in Oklahoma City, on Friday, we had the state memorial, and in the state, we lost 3 officers in the line of duty. So they were recognized and remembered last week in Oklahoma City. So thank you all for recognizing us.
So before we give them another round of applause, I just want to say this. Something that I always feel an honor to do is when we have a police or fire graduation is to let them know that their mayor and their council pray for them. And I'd like for you to ask you to pray for our police department as well as all of our first responders as they go forward. And the fact, and it doesn't just have to be our Lawton, the fact that 3 law enforcement officers lost their lives in Oklahoma is quite a wake-up call to all of us. And I believe in the power of prayer, and I hope you do too. Let's give the chief and all his officers a round of applause. And turn around and look at these guys behind you too. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Now it's time for Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. All right, y'all come on up. Do we have any students? No students?
They had other things
All right.
going on, graduation and everything else going on. I will test them and study.
Okay. So whereas the valued heritage of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders has been recognized through observances in Oklahoma and across America each year in the month of May during the last 30 years, and whereas the continued study of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in Oklahoma will serve to bring about an understanding that promotes harmony and respect and furthers the movement towards a greater level of diversity in the state of Oklahoma. Whereas recognizing the Asian Americans and Pacific Islander community and looking back at the struggles of past generations respects the foundation of not merely dreaming, but moves the focus to achieving. Whereas past generations of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders continue to inspire us today and will inspire future generations of Oklahomans regardless of race. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders continue to enrich the lives of all Oklahomans by sharing their heritage and their legacies. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month will continue to emphasize to all Oklahomans and the nation the significant contributions made by Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to the progress of our great state. I do therefore declare Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month and encourage all residents of Lawton Fort Sill community to take proper recognition thereof. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'll try to hide this. All right, now it looks like you're speaking.
On behalf of the Race Relations Commission, we appreciate you honoring the Asian American and Pacific Islanders. Larry and myself are both Asian American and Pacific Islanders, so we really appreciate that, and all of the community also. We have Ms. Hampton here and Ms. Alberti, who is also on our Race Relations Commission. And we also have Bishop Dunaway, who's back there sitting, and we have Kim Jones that is also on our committee. So thank you.
All right, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, John. You're welcome. Thank you. Now I'm going to read this proclamation of civil emergency, and the reason that we're doing this is the policy part of the deal, and the city manager needs us to declare the civil emergency, one, so he can access emergency funds, and also because it helps us get federal funds when we make that application for federal funds. Whereas the mayor and mayor pro tem of the city of Lawton, acting in concert, issue a proclamation of civil emergency pursuant to their authority under Section 81118, Lawton City Code 2015, to issue emergency proclamations in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare. Whereas this proclamation shall allow the mayor and mayor pro tem, acting in concert, to promulgate reasonable regulations and rules as they deem necessary to protect life and property. And whereas this proclamation is issued as a result of widespread property damage, displacement, and personal hardship experienced by our citizens following a series of severe weather events, including torrential rainfall, flash flooding, multiple rounds of thunderstorms that occurred between April 25th and May 5th, 2025, overwhelming drainage system, damaging infrastructure, and leaving several neighborhoods in crisis throughout the city of Lawton. And whereas this proclamation declares a state of civil emergency in the city of Lawton on May 13, 2025, and effective immediately. Whereas this proclamation will remain in effect until jointly terminated by the mayor and mayor pro tem. Now therefore I, Stan Booker, Mayor City of Lawton, do hereby proclaim civil emergency for the city of Lawton, Oklahoma. And Mayor pro tem needs to sign this. Okay, and as I said, that's kind of a formality to access funds and to apply for federal funds. And that will bring up reports by the mayor and city council. Now, John, you had a report, but you've already given that, right?
Mayor, I did, with just one exception. I just want to remind our citizens about the trash off on Saturday. That's going to be at McMahon Auditorium in the parking lot from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday. It's been rescheduled. This is the third time, but hopefully this will work.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Councilwoman?
Due to some time restraints, I think I'll just pass.
Okay. Ward 2.
Yes, sir. Hey, I just want to say thank you to all the city employees, the police, fire, our general employees, even our dispatchers. I cannot imagine during this rainfall how everyone had to work together as a team and perform to the highest level. And so I'm thankful for everybody. Thank you.
Ward 5.
Yes, Mayor, of course, I want to mention the Food Truck Tuesday. It's going on right now. A bunch of food trucks at the farmer's market. Make sure you put that on the schedule to get some of that. And I want to mention, add to what the city manager was talking about with the trash off. If you've got tires, things that you cannot get rid of without paying to get rid of, they will be taking all of those items there. So make sure that you dig around and take the things from your home that will cost you to get rid of and that you can, almost impossible to get rid of. So make sure you clean up the city of Lawton by taking that stuff, dig it out of your garage, do what you have to do, and get that stuff clean. Thank you, Mayor.
And Ward 6, Ward 7.
Yes, I'd just like to thank the City of Lawton employees for several potholes that I reported. They immediately made sure that those were repaired. Also, according to the city manager, any debris that you have from flooding, you can bring it up to your front of your yard and they'll pick it up. Also, during the flooding, I got several phone calls about, I'm going to give this number out to PSO. This is the number that you can call, 1-888-216-3523 if you have an power outage, and especially if you're using some type of device, oxygen device or CPAP machine, let them know right away so they can get your power back on. And also, don't forget Memorial Day, May 26th, and just remember the fallen soldiers and those that made the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you.
And Ward 8.
I wanted to echo what the mayor said about city employees and the city manager. Just a tremendous job. I can't even explain how many hours that they put in to make sure that everybody was taken care of. I did want to touch on one thing. Grass is starting to grow, and evidently there's a little bit of a misunderstanding. When the city, using citizens' funds, of course, builds a big, pretty sidewalk in front of your house, that doesn't mean that that grass on the other side of the sidewalk is no longer yours. That grass is still yours, and you still need to mow it.
Thank you, guys. And that brings up audience participation. Lawton citizens who have completed a request to speak forum and wish to address business not listed on the agenda, please step forward. I have one request to speak by Cindy McIntyre. Cindy, if you please come forward. And I have your address here, so if you'll approach the microphone and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Cindy McIntyre, a Lawton resident, a U.S. Army veteran, and former Fort Sill employee. I would like to ask the council to establish a policy that the city's police force will not help federal authorities engaged in so-called immigrant enforcement actions. If you haven't seen the videos or read the stories of the vicious way peaceful, undocumented immigrants, their families, and even U.S. citizens have been brutalized by Gestapo tactics used by ICE, I have provided the links to these sources. Since these agents often cover their faces, do not wear uniforms, do not have visible identification, and refuse to show a judicial warrant when asked, some of these bullies may even be citizen vigilantes. In Oklahoma City, a family of U.S. citizens was forced out of their home wearing their night clothes, their home ransacked and money confiscated because ICE was looking for someone else. In Worcester, Massachusetts, a mother was yanked away from her family and her teenage daughter with a newborn baby was arrested while frantically trying to prevent it. These are just two examples of many. Neighbors often try to prevent this deportation action, which makes the scene even more confrontational. Do you really want Lawton police involved in injuring or even shooting citizens who just want to stop a horrific injustice? These immigrants are people who replace your roofs after a hailstorm. They mow your lawns and plant your gardens. They clean your houses and watch your children. They work on farms and harvest your food. They are far less likely to commit crimes than our citizens. Yet hordes of immigration agents and local police who are supposedly there keeping the peace descend on these people just trying to live their lives, as if they were someone who had stashed classified information in their bathroom or committed 34 felonies. I will remind you that the regime in Washington, D.C. is considering suspending habeas corpus. That means anyone, including U.S. citizens, peacefully protesting or trying to protect their neighbors from being hauled away to concentration camps, or even speaking out to their city hall or their congressman's town hall, can be arrested without due process. Do you really want to pack city jails with your friends and neighbors? Do you really want ICE agents assisted by Lawton police storming into our schools and churches, or waiting outside a hospital maternity ward to arrest undocumented immigrants, which recently happened in Arizona? What happened to the Oklahoma standard when people help each other? This is not pro-life to rip families apart. This is not what Jesus would do. Do we really want our Lawton police supporting the increasingly lawless actions of these immigration agents? I hope you agree they should not do so, and that it will be codified in whatever legal means the city has to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And that brings up our consent agenda. Council, the following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be acted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. I have a request to pull items number 29 and 31. Do I have any other requests to pull items for discussion? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Mayor, Council, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items number 29 and 31.
We have a second. Please vote. Consent agenda passes. Okay, 7-0. There's the other one. Bringing up item number 29, consider approving change order number 1 on project EN 2108P1, McMahon Auditorium addition and renovation, phase 1, in the amount of $725,428.92, which will increase the contract value from $7,333,138.45 to $8,059,595.65, and add 70 calendar days to the project. Jason?
Yes, so Council, Mayor, City Manager, thank you so much for pulling this item, allowing us to express, the need for this item. And essentially, we had an inspection that came up with asbestos that they had gone through, they had found everything was taken out. And then when they went back in, and then when they went to remove a ceiling was attached to another ceiling. And that other ceiling had asbestos on it. And they found that the most effective way to get rid of it, of course, is to take out the entire ceiling. So the request here is actually, well, what do you do when you don't have a ceiling? You have to put it back. So it's to put that ceiling back. There was also another issue with the boilers that as the engineers put it together, they said, you know what, you can use your existing boilers. It's going to work and it's going to make everything, using existing equipment, it's going to all function wonderfully. Then as we had everybody out there on site, they take a look at it and they go, wait a minute, we need to recalculate this. We need to have additional boiler or another boiler option. And so this change order is to address those. When we originally came to City Council for the McMahon Memorial Auditorium renovations, it was actually for an ask of about $8.5 million, and then the contractor came in actually under that amount. And so what we're asking is to basically go back to that original ask that was above the contractor into a kind of a contingency to be able to make these repairs and keep everything almost on schedule. If you have questions, we have Sneha and
So
we have
with
Scott
this-
Vaughn here with engineering.
With this number, how close are we to the original estimate?
So we're actually still under what we projected it to be.
basically had an $8 million budget, and where we came in at $7,300,000. With this 10% change order, it's taking us back to our original ask of $8 million.
Okay.
You're asking for a change order of $725,000. I understand we have it in the budget, but that doesn't mean we have to spend it. So my question is, where did we come up with the 725 based on one opinion, or did we get some proposals from some, equipment manufacturers? And like the ceiling, did we get more than?
Yeah, so
Who came up with the budget for the ceiling on the?
Yeah, so CDBL is our contractor at risk on the job.
I understand.
And then working with Guernsey, or those two entities work together to come up with this change order. Like Jason said, the biggest thing that affected us was the asbestos. We were led to believe in the beginning that there were certain areas of the building that we were just not going to have to disturb. And once we got into the fire suppression in the lobby, then extra material would be disturbed, and then that's when we got into the asbestos. The boilers was a mistake. So we were laboring under a false impression for a long time that the two boilers in our basement that we had used for probably 10 or 12 years would be able to be reused. And in the final analysis, that was incorrect. So about half of this change order is to remove those existing boilers and replacing them with ones of the appropriate size. And so that's a huge amount. It's not that it should have been in the number before. In other words, our number should not have been $7,300,000. Should have had these boilers in there, but it did not.
I don't want to relive the bid process tonight, but what I would like to do, I will make a motion that we table this for 30 days so that some of the documents can be reviewed. I'd like to see where the asbestos came from, if it was one person or just someone's opinion that this is what had to be done since it's so much money. Also, I'd like to go over why the boilers were overlooked. So I'm making a motion that we postpone this for 30 days.
We have a motion to table for 30 days. Is there a second? We do have a second discussion or debate. Please vote.
Mayor, discussion.
Yes.
Yeah, Jason?
Yes.
Max, so we'll table this for 30 days. Will this stop the work that's going on now and push your?
It is very important. It is very important for our work to continue, and this will stop the project. There's probably more risk in cost increases and things going up right now than, I think the things that, George, that you're asking for can be provided in a couple of days, right?
I'll change my motion till next council meeting if I get a chance.
Yeah, because I think that it's very serious that we keep pressing forward. I really wanted to tell everybody how great the project is really going. It's really going well. I think the Guernsey and CDBL and the Scott Vaughn and all of them are doing a great job. But with government construction projects, as you know, some things happen. So.
Well, I feel on oversight that we really need to look at this. It's $700-something thousand, so I don't feel comfortable until at least I look at see who made these opinions and what they were based on. But I don't want to slow the project down. I'm not really sure how that would slow it down, but I haven't looked at the graphs on timelines. But what I can say is I'll change my motion to next council meeting. That'll be in 2 weeks. Is it?
Okay, the motion.
Next regular, or we have a special in 1 week?
No, the one.
On the 27th?
Yeah. I'll change it to the 27th, bring this back up on the 27th for a vote. So that'll just take 2 weeks. That'll give me time to at least look at it.
Why don't you leave it flexible in case you get satisfied
Okay.
and put it on the special?
Okay.
So
We can do
we're
that.
tabling, subject to answering the question, maximum of 2 weeks. Will you second that? Okay, discussion or debate? Please vote. And the motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 31, consider accepting the project and releasing retainage in the amount of $365,156.68 for EN 2004A City Hall renovation and placing the maintenance bond in effect pending completion of the items as detailed in the engineer's final report. Is this the one you pulled, Mr. Gill?
This is an item that I pulled. This is dealing with the CMS Willowbrook general contractor on our new facilities here at City Hall. This would be the end of the contract, and that particular contractor, Willowbrook, has not completed all the contract requirements at this time. Not only that, they haven't really shown a real, you might say, sense of urgency in getting this done. They've been stringing this out now for a couple of months. Still don't have the final paperwork back. I don't know if Scott got it today or not, but we've been waiting on some final requests that we made through the city manager's office. So anyway, I'm asking to table this particular item indefinitely. That means until we get everything done.
A motion to table indefinite. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. And that brings up item number 39, receive a report from the Help Advocacy Center of Southwest Oklahoma on its FY 2025 activities and FY 2026 plan, and consider approving a limited support agreement between the City of Lawton and Help in the amount of $10,000 to support the identification and operation of a safe, trauma-informed space where sexual assault victims can receive coordinated multi-agency care. Authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the agreement. And I'm sorry, young lady, I've forgotten your name.
My own now, Ashley Chapman.
All right, Ashley, what do you have to tell us?
Well, good evening. So my name is Ashley Chapman. I am the Sexual Assault Program Coordinator for Marie Deddy New Directions, and I'm also the chair for our Sexual Assault Response Team that we have for Comanche County. And just a few updates of what we've been busy with our SART. So since May of last year, I believe in the agreement that we have with the city, every May I'll come forward with just an overview of what we've been busy with over the last 365 days. Just a brief overview of who we are. So the Help Advocacy Center of Southwest Oklahoma is the nonprofit that has been formed out of our sexual assault response team. Our board is comprised of myself and other members from the city, so such as John Ratliff, our county, such as Brandy Combs with the health department, the sheriff's department, Kevin Duran, Brian Wani with BIA, Melissa Alvalar with Comanche County Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Mercedes Bernard with Comanche County Memorial Hospital as well. We meet once a month to discuss how our response is going in the Comanche County area, but with a main focus on the Lawton-Fort Sill area. So since we met last year, we have had some pretty significant growth. Some of those items that we've had is we've cemented a solid and active board. We created an advisory panel of subject matter experts with law enforcement, medical, legal, DHS, tribal, survivors, and our SANES, which is our sexual assault nurse examiners. We fostered community collaboration surrounding the SANE Center. This is with Cameron University, Comanche Nation Tribe, and also just a ton of community support from those who have stepped forward and volunteered to help us get that SANE Center, which is at a confidential location, but they've helped us get that up and running. When it came to furnishing the items that were in there, we reached out to the community. We had some of our furniture stores that reached out and donated items so that we could create a trauma-informed, victim-centered space for victims when they are in their most dire point in their life after surviving a sexual assault and they're in need of advocacy and medical support. We can provide that to them in a safe, confidential space. So that's one of the biggest things that we were able to do. Lawton Police Department, they provide transportation for victims who don't have transportation options. So we're able to remove a barrier that we identified that we had in the past with victims having issues getting the services such as a SANE exam. Comanche County assisting with securing kits for our out-of-town cases. The Health Department assisting with referrals for aftercare. And maintenance for the medical portion of the SANE Center, Fort Sill Apache Tribe and BIA providing office supplies and technology for the center, Senator Langford's office assisting with state connections to grow our program. That was something that we were able to do, I believe, in the end of 23, first part of 24, we got to go up to Palomar in Oklahoma City and kind of talk with them about how they run their program, hopefully so that we can get something quite similar here in the Lawton area. We streamlined all of our calls through the Marie Detty New Directions hotline, meaning that we've got 24/7 access for victims. In the past, one of the problems that we were trying to fix was providing services on a moment's notice where we weren't having our victims wait. In the years prior, we had some pretty significant issues where we were having our victims that were not able to get sexual assault exams. When I started as the chair of the board, talking to some of our police officers and some of our survivors, we had situations where officers were sitting out on people's lawns for up to 4 to 5 hours, calling numbers that they were Googling, trying to find someone that could provide a SANE exam, which is like a rape kit, is what most people refer to it for these victims, and that's unacceptable, right? Because we have the resources here. So being able to pull together this team and unbelievable progress that we've seen over the last year. A few months ago, I was speaking with an auditor for the International Association of Forensic Nursing, which oversees the same protocol, the same procedure. And after speaking with her and going into much more detail about the progress that we've made, she made the remark that we are the most functional SART in all of rural America, which is amazing, especially considering a few years ago, the Attorney General's office was calling us not so happy calls, right? So we've made outstanding progress. As far as our financials that we have, we honestly don't have a lot of expenses, which has been fantastic. It's because of donations. Like I mentioned, some of our partners who have stepped forward and provided resources for us. So like, for instance, Marie Detty New Directions, we provide the food, the snacks, care bags, things of that nature that we provide to victims at the SANE Center. The health department is very helpful in providing medical supplies that are needed. But as far as what we've been able to spend, so this last year, so May to May, so May 24 to May 25, as far as medications, Comanche County Memorial Hospital now covers all of our medications for prophylactic care after the fact, so we didn't have to spend anything for that. As far as SANE Center items, this would include extra medical supplies or items such as we ran out of an oil diffuser that we use for one of our rooms for victims to sit in and decompress and kind of have a moment for themselves. So things of that nature. We spent $1,858.18. And then our SANE coordinator, which is our newest position that we added in July of 2024. This is one of our SANEs who's risen to the top, who oversees the SANEs who are on call, as well as does the paperwork and is the liaison between the state SANE coordinator and our program. We began to pay her, which is partly why when we initially looked at requesting money from the city, that was for a portion of that. We paid her total of $2,550. Is what we've been able to supply to her. So for a total from May 24 to May of 25, we've spent $4,408.18. As far as how much as we've used from the agreement with the city, we're still working on our donations. So we received, back in the end of 23, we received $15,000 from the county a one-time donation that they provided. Comanche Nation Tribe came forward and they gave us, I believe it was $1,500 donation. Mayor, you and your lovely wife, you guys donated as well towards items that we needed for the SANE Center. So we see that as a success. I know that in the past we've requested $15,000 be allotted for our program. But since we're not utilizing that at the moment, we're requesting $10,000. Our main goal for this year is we're wanting to find that permanent location. The current place that we're in has been magnificent. It's been great, but we are kind of outgrowing that. We did have some water damage with the torrential downpour that we received. So we are looking forward to finding a little bit of a bigger place. Potentially going to be paying that rent, which is something that we had in mind when we were requesting money from the city. So that is what we're going to be looking for. We're going to be moving forward for that this year. But I want to close briefly with some of the numbers of those we were able to service, some of the data for that. So from May of 24 to May of 25, Marie-Detty New Directions had 101 sexual assault related calls for service. We've been able to provide 91 local exams in 1 year. Since the opening of the SANE Center where we're currently located, which was October 23, we provided 144 local exams. We've been able to up the local exams from 70%. So that would look like someone calling and us not having a SANE available. We would have to do a referral out. We've been able to increase that from 70% to 88.24%. So we're able to still provide exams for almost every single person that's calling. And the age, the demographics of those that we're servicing, the youngest was 2, the oldest was 71. 82% have been female and 18% have been male. So we've seen that this is a much needed service in our community. I'm a strong believer in you build it, they'll come, and that's something that we've been able to see over the past, since October 23, since we really got this same program up and running. So that's what I have for you guys as far as my notes go. So thank you.
I want to say, Ashley, thank you. That was a great presentation and a great understanding of what's going on. And I think this was a great example of how collaboration works and getting everybody together to collaborate and talk monthly. You're still meeting monthly, right?
Correct, yes.
And I want to thank you for taking that over. Marie-Detty's been so important to the whole endeavor, and thank you for taking that over. You're very well spoken. Thank you. Now, Council, do you have any questions? City Manager, did you want to weigh in? I know you serve on that council as well.
I do, and I just wanted to publicly recognize Ashley. She's been a very good leader, and we appreciate all of her service. And you're leaving soon, is that correct?
I am. That is correct. My last day here will be May 20th, and the Air Force has taken me. I'm going to become a victim advocate and command consultation for the Air Force, so yeah.
Okay, well, we hate to lose you, and the Air Force is the winner here, so. But thank you for all that you've done. I know it's everybody, but it's been such an amazing improvement, and I'm so proud of all of you. Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a question. That facility in Oklahoma City, that's Palomar, isn't that the name of it?
Correct.
I had an opportunity to go with the mayor and some others up to visit that facility, and you're thinking of putting some type of crisis center in with the collaboration that they have up there in Lawton. Did I hear you say that?
So we love the model that Palomar has as far as like a victim resource center.
Right.
And that's something we've been talking about for a little bit now, what that would look like logistically. So basically having a one-stop shop for our victims. So a space that's large enough to have advocacy, the SANES, a space for law enforcement, some of our other agencies, support agencies that are here. So kind of having it a single location, like kind of how Palomar is. So kind of that model is what we're wanting to do to create a victim resource center. And we would hope to do that underneath the Health Advocacy Center of Southwest
And after
Oklahoma.
you leave, that's still part of the vision of this process that you guys are going through?
Correct, yes.
And looking for support in that
correct.
area. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Comments, any or questions? Do I have a motion for approval? Motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Okay, motion carries 7-0. And Ashley, I want you to carry back the message of appreciation from myself, and I'm sure all of the council, for the improvements that we've made, and looking forward to continuing improvements in our sexual assault response. Thank you so much. Item number 40, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to business by creating section 730-13007 and 730-13008, Division 730-1, Article 730, Chapter 7, Lot City Code 2015, by creating the same expiration date for tattoo artists, body piercers, and parlors, creating the requirements for the permittee to hold the parlor permit, is responsible for the artist to maintain their permits as well, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date of July 1, 2025. Larry Parks.
Mr. Mayor, good evening. City Council, Mr. Mayor. This ordinance, we ask you to consider approving it. Again, this would help us, the staff, track and streamline enforcement of these permits and requirements.
You ready for questions? Do you have any questions, council? Seeing no questions, do I have a motion? So moved. Okay, motion to approve, waive the reading of the ordinance and the reading of the title only? Yes. And was there a second down here? We do have a second. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to business by creating section 7-30-1-3007 and 7-30-1-3008, Division 7-30-1, Article 7-30, Chapter 7, Lot and City Code 2015, by creating the same expiration date for tattoo artists, body piercers, and parlors, creating the requirement for the permittee who holds the parlor permit is responsible for the artist to maintain their permit as well, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date of July 1, 2025.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up staff reports, item number 41, receive a report on construction delays at the Aquatic Center. Who's the speaker? Okay.
Larry again.
That makes sense.
Okay. The Aquatic Center construction, as you all know, has been delayed by 2 weeks, putting the close date on the 18th of July, or the open date for this. The folder that I just handed the City Council and the Mayor has our percentage of completion at 73% today. It also contains a listing of the 116 tasks, construction tasks that must be completed in order for this facility to open. As you all very well know, we had the perfect storm during the most critical part of the construction process, and that was all of what we call the dirt work. All of the dirt work, the compacting, the leveling, all of that stuff that it takes to create a solid base and concreting was affected. We had an 8-day delay. Donnelly, can you go to the next one? We had like an 8-day delay, but it wasn't the 8 days, it was the amount of time that it takes to dry out the dirt so that we can do the compacting test and get everything done. So that really affected our timing. So that's where we're at right now. Next slide. We do have some milestones. The biggest one is the parking lot, and Ellsworth Construction was out there today doing GPS shots and some measurements. So the parking lot is underway. The pool deck and decking is on track. The pool house is on schedule to be completed on the 18th also. And the plastering. All of the plastering, we're waiting to ensure that the dirt work is done first before we fill the pool and start doing the plastering. If you look, you can see that, adjusted schedules. We can do some things to mitigate things, the timing, but there are a lot of things that we cannot do, and that's stop the rain if the rain starts again. We do have currently a 12-hour schedule for 6 days a week at the construction site. Increased manpower. If you go out there, you will see that it's like a beehive right now with the amount of workers trying to get this project completed. And I will tell you that this construction company really, from the beginning of this process, has really gone all out to make this happen. We just couldn't stop the rain. Couldn't stop the rain. And the other part of that, if you look up there, is the ongoing weather monitoring. We had an issue with the weatherman would say something and the rain would do something else, as you all know. So that's how we got to where we're at. In conclusion, this project is going to remain active and progressing. And the 18th is a date that could pretty well move to the left. Okay, if we keep good weather and the beehive continues to move, we'll be okay. We are still focused on meeting those milestones I mentioned earlier. Again, the target date is the 18th of July. Any questions?
Yeah, Larry, good report. I know everyone's been working really hard on that project. I've been by there quite a bit, and I know you've been pushing them really good. So I just wanted to say, there is nothing you can do about weather. That's always a factor that you have to figure. But we won't be real depressed about it, because I know that sometimes you can make up a little bit of time too. So we're kind of looking at worst case scenario if there's no more rain. So I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see this moved up a few days, would you?
No, sir, not at all.
So, thank you.
Right, we might be swimming sooner than we think.
Absolutely.
We will, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Larry, I do appreciate the fact that you guys are being diligent about the groundwater, because there have been circumstances where the city has had issues building projects and that groundwater, not waiting on that groundwater and the compacting of the dirt, especially with the clay here. So I appreciate the due diligence in making sure that structure is sound once it's poured and set in place, especially a swimming pool. And thanks for your diligence there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Larry, then any other questions or comments on the Aquatic Center? Okay, Larry, thank you for that report. Until then, we appreciate the increased manpower and the 6 days. It's important to our community. Thank you. Okay, and that brings us up to our addendum item. Business item number A, discuss matters related to the Museum of the Great Plains Trust Authority, including but not limited to governance structure, board appointment procedures, communication protocols with the city, and efforts to secure external funding through grants or donations, and take any action deemed necessary. City Manager.
Mayor and Council, I think several of you thought it was important to publicly discuss some of the discourse about the museum, and that's what we're doing here today. I think most of you are aware that 2 weeks ago, the museum on their social media page, I think they made 3 separate posts. 2 posts showing pictures and damage to the from the flooding that was occurring, different pictures of trash cans and rain buckets in the museum. And then I think that there was a third post encouraging citizens and individuals to reach out to council members to let them know that, I forget the exact terminology, but that repairs were needed imminently and for council to do something about it. While I certainly appreciate the museum staff and the museum's board's frustration in the pace of repairs, because we know that this building has been in a dire need for repairs for many years. What I personally did not appreciate is I did not personally appreciate the post because I felt like they lacked context. And what I mean by that is the post conveniently left out that the city provided $500,000 in operational funding for the museum this year. Further, the city provided $70,000 in hotel motel funding, and the city is slated to provide $6 million in CIP funding. And as recently as February of this year, because we knew it would take some time, and we communicated this to the museum staff, that it would take some time to get this in place, we offered a temporary solution and opened that line of communication with the museum staff, but our efforts were declined. What is less clear is what is the museum staff doing to support, or what is the museum authority, doing to support itself in terms of grants and in terms of donations. The other thing that I didn't appreciate was the timing of the post. So the post occurred during the week of the flooding, the last week of April, and in the midst of coordinating a city response, we're getting questions about funding for the museum and their repairs. And that detracted from the overall city response for the flooding. So I think the timing of these posts were very unfortunate. And it's also important to note that the museum is a trust authority of the city. So the city is the beneficiary, and the authority supports the city of Lawton, which is the beneficiary. And so I've been the city manager for a little over 2 years now, and based on my experience, this type of attack, and I think it was an attack on elected officials and city staff, is pretty unprecedented.
So, Clerk, did you have something? I noticed you were an initiator on this as well.
Yes, Mayor. I just wanted to add to this that the Museum Trust Authority has the responsibility to send us nominations for their board appointments that have to be confirmed by City Council, and they haven't been doing that, so there's a lack of communication there as well.
Have you verified that? Because seems like I remember some.
Yeah, they've done their initial appointments correctly. It's their reappointments that they're not communicating with us.
Reappointments?
Yes.
So, and the trust indenture absolutely requires them to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. City Manager, I want you said your efforts were declined. Can you explain that a little bit further? I want to know what efforts to do what?
I'm going to ask Deputy City Manager Burke to come forward. He was in communication with the museum executive director, so he knows the facts more intimately than I do.
Mayor and Council, we met with a couple of contract companies that specifically did roofing materials and things of that nature, and we asked or actually sent crews out to the facility to evaluate the roof and the area that we identified with some engineers. I believe some of our engineering department actually went out there, and there's issues with the windows and they're not sealed. And so what we were trying to do was send somebody out, take a look at that, and maybe at least provide a Band-Aid until the funding was secured to move forward with the complete project. Apparently, I I don't know who had worked on the building previously, but there had been some, or at least an attempt to make some repairs out there, and as I understand it, it actually caused more damage maybe than it did to help. And so the concern from staff was that, is this going to be another one of those situations? And their fear was that if we brought somebody out to do that, that it may actually damage the building more so than help it. So we have not proceeded with that. So that's what we were talking about.
City Manager, do you feel like we have done what we're supposed to do?
I do. We've secured funding. We have a plan in place to move the museum forward. We have a plan in place to effectuate repairs. I understand the pace of those repairs are what is at issue. And like I was saying in my previous comments, understand that and totally get the frustration there. But I feel like we've done what we're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, now I've been in several meetings where we're talking about borrowing the first loan on the CIP, and the museum is always at the top of the list. So the museum is a priority of the city, and that has been communicated to the museum, correct?
It has.
Okay. And the timing is unfortunate. I know that's been communicated, but we have not put anything in front of it, have we? I mean, the claim I've seen or heard is that the aquatic center was put in front. That was different funding from a different or a previous CIP before it was extended.
Well, we've actually spent dollars in the aquatics arena, so you could, I think one could make that argument that it's in front of it, but I agree, it's different sources of funding.
Right. There was no way we could get money for the museum until we make a loan on the new CIP, right? Mayor Pro Tem.
Council, I was just really disappointed. I don't know the ins and outs, and I wasn't involved in that, but just reading what was put out in front of everybody, it's like everything's confused, because the authority provides a service to the city. The city doesn't provide a service to the authority. Now, the city is willing to help and to provide funding for certain things, but the relationship is completely opposite of what was portrayed in those posts. As far as trying to drum up support from the citizenry to call council people and the mayor and get them on the ball, get this taken care of, that's extremely counterproductive. Because as far as I know, staff and the council and the mayor were already wanting to do this as fast and as well as we possibly could. It was almost as if nothing else was happening in the entire city of Lawton except the roof was leaking at the museum. And that was so far from the truth. As I mentioned earlier, the city manager, the assistant city manager, all of the staff was working overtime on literally hundreds of projects all over town, trying to keep people dry, trying to make things happen. And I guess just the relationship is what has really affected me. I felt like it was an attack. It was like, we're not getting what we want, so we're going to see if we can't make life miserable for all those people setting up. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, it don't make my life miserable, because I know down deep that I'm doing everything that I can possibly do for all the entities that need help from the city of Lawton. All it does is make me question the members of an authority and the staff of a museum that believe that they are the only entity that deserves anything. I don't know. I don't really say I'm disgusted very often, but I was not happy.
I had served on the board. First of all, that building has been a problem ever since it was born, I believe, if I'm correct. It has always leaked, and there have been so many attempts to correct that have fallen to the, I mean, that's just not correctable. And so, but I felt during my time on the board that it was always this argument with the city, and I was more than happy to relinquish my service to that board because I felt like I was always defending the city. It's like, well, the city's really trying, and that museum is fantastic. It has fantastic employees. It's a good, I always take my grandkids there. It's hands-on museum. It's a wonderful place. But there's this relationship issue that is just not healthy. It's like the poor me thing, and that we're never getting any attention. And I just always felt that feeling when I was there that I had to defend the city. So, and that's just my personal experience.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Gill.
I won't harp on what's already been said, but I don't really think that we need to attack. I agree with Councilman Moore, and I think he really said it probably as it is. I don't know why we would attack each other, especially the city, when we're actually the ones that can provide help and have in the past, and most important, will in the future. And we have a lot of entities in this town. We talk about them pretty regular, all the way from taking care of people to services, airport authorities, things such as that, water authority, lakes and lands. I mean, we have a lot of moving parts in this city that we oversee, and we have that responsibility to oversee these. When one of those attack you, it's kind of like your child saying, I'm not going to clean my room, what are you going to do about it? And we don't need to be in that kind of a situation. We need good relations, and we need our different trusts, boards, authorities, whatever they may be, to be in a working relation. And I was a little bit surprised to see all of this going on, and I, like the rest, wonder why are we having this when we have been reaching out. I know the mayor and I have been through that museum 3 or 4 times looking at that, making notes. We've had architects look at, but sometimes it just takes time. And I know people don't like that, but the wheels of government don't turn fast. And I don't know why people think that they're going to start. They just don't. It doesn't matter how hard we push it, and we do push it hard, but it just takes time. And we need to be on the same team. That's the most important thing. And don't believe we were.
Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir. I've been through the museum. I think Pastor Wigger went, and also had Larry Parks with me. And it's a fantastic place. I love grandkids going there, I love kids going there. But I think that was probably the most inopportune time to put pressure on the city council when literally the city could be divided in half in a rainstorm. We have people that literally are hurt, dying, that have been evacuated from their homes. I just feel like that was just extremely poor timing to do this, and I'm really disappointed.
Does somebody down here?
Mayor, I have a question. How does or rather, what means of grants does the museum seek after? Do we have any type of report on what grants they actually seek after, and what kind of funds do they obtain? And along with that, a question, how many board members do they have? How long do they serve?
So I see the city manager shaking his head no to the grants, and do you know how many board members there are?
Yes, sir. There's 10 board members in total. 7 are nominated by the Board of Trustees, and then 3 are appointed by the mayor.
And how long do they serve?
They serve 3-year terms, and they have a 3-term limit.
Thank you.
Mr. Warren?
And I don't know the appropriate way to do this, so I'm going to need help. I just feel like that we need a much clearer understanding of what we can do to make this relationship work better. I don't know if that would be direction from the council to the manager, for him to do that with the staff that he determines is necessary, or how we could do that. I just feel like that there needs to be some kind of clarification of how the city wants that set up and how that discussion can happen and how that communication can get better and what needs to change possibly in their trust indenture or what all needs to happen. I don't know. I think it's the city manager's job.
Okay, well, Pat, I'm going to go here because I think everybody loves the museum. That's why the citizens voted for $6 million to fix it. That's why the council voted to put it in the CIP so the citizens can fix it. We all love the museum. We've got an unfortunate circumstance here that really boils down to drama. When I first ran for office, there was a lot of drama on this council. And I made a pledge to the citizens that I wouldn't allow drama to hijack our city. And it seems like that's where we're at, but at the end of the day, we have a job to do. And I think that we've got to do it. It's unfortunate that internal differences, which happen in every organization from time to time has differences, but they must be handled in a professional manner, not a public forum. Drama on Facebook cannot be a part of good leadership. There is no way that drama on Facebook can be productive. Now, I'm not saying that leaders should not positively promote their organizations on Facebook or whatever social media is popular at the moment. But it must be used in a positive manner, and differences should be worked out in a professional manner. The Museum of the Great Plains is a valuable cultural asset to Lawton Fort Sill. Rather than dwelling on agreements, let's talk about how we need to work collectively and develop a clear vision for the future. I think we should ask, what do we want our museum to become in the next 5, 10, or 20 years? Where's the vision? How can it better serve our community, including our youth and families? What concrete steps are being taken to secure outside funding through grants and private donations? How can we make the museum an even better destination that draws visitors to Lawton Fort Sill? The city of Lawton, as the beneficiary of the authority, has both the responsibility and the right to ensure proper governance. We will continue to work toward an efficient, transparent relationship that best serves our citizens. Let me be clear. Our community deserves leadership that solves problems professionally. I'd like to, this is a suggested motion along the lines of what you were saying. I'd like to direct the city manager to look into this and bring back solutions that include what do we want our museum to become in the next 5, 10, or 20 years? How can it better serve our community, including our youth and families? What concrete steps are being taken to secure outside funding through grants and private donations, and include in that a 10-year track record for comparison of what we're looking for and compare 10-year record? How can we make the museum an even better destination that draws visitors to Lawton Fort Sill? Are there options that would move the museum to a self-supporting asset of the city of Lawton? If so, please discuss those. What changes to the trust indenture are recommended, such as a recommendation for me to consider is adding another council member to the board. I think there needs to be something about reports and communication to the council. I think we need to talk about the point of contact. I've heard that complaint, and we need to talk about that. And then I think the city manager, if 60 days is enough, I'd like to see, I'm not going to pin it down to 60 to 90 days, report back to us. Now, council, you can add to that motion, you can not disagree with something, but if I can get a motion, we'll move forward here.
I'd make that motion. That's kind of what I was saying, except more eloquent.
Do you have any changes?
I would just like to see an all-encompassing look, not necessarily just at 2 or 3 things. I think we need to look at the whole relationship. And is it everything that it can be and should be? And if it's not, then what do we need to do to fix that? You know, and just to keep from, you know, breaking a record,
Okay,
it wouldn't be a bad idea to use AI to.
All of that is incorporated into the suggested motion. Is there a second? We do, I'm not sure who seconded it. Mr. Uyghur seconded it. Discussion or debate? Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Per the history of this council, and specifically in pursuing avenues of revenue, if we could have some type of comparison of our peer cities and what they're doing with their, in that, especially in that area, I do think that the more revenue you have, the more things that you can do. And I think that's going to be an important key. But there could be other variables that you might want to throw in there when you're looking at our peer cities and what they do with their museums.
Any other discussion or debate? Please vote.
Mayor, I'll have to call roll on this one.
Okay, please call the roll.
Hankins Booker?
Yes.
Smith? Gill? Hampton? Uyghur? Williams? Warren?
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to go into executive session? So moved. Did somebody second? Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Gill? Hampton? Uyghur? Williams? Warren?
Okay, got a clerk, got a city manager, got a lawyer. I need a motion to come back. Got a motion over here, got a second right here. And so please call the roll.
Hankins, Booker, Smith. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Weider. Williams. Present. Warren.
Item 42, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss pending action related to settlement in United States of America versus City of Lawton, case number CIV 80-2148E in the District Court for Western District of Oklahoma. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Item 43, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss 7 pending actions in Comanche County District Court, each titled City of Lawton versus Great Plains Improvement Foundation et al., case number CJ 2025-31, CJ 2025-32, CJ 2025-33, CJ 25-34, CJ 25-35, CJ 25-36, and CJ 25-37. That conversation occurred, and it's my understanding we have a motion.
Mr. Mayor and council, I move to approve the settlement agreement and release for the 7 pending actions in Comanche County District Court, each titled City of Lawton versus Great Plains Improvement Foundation et al. Case number CJ 25-31, CJ 25-32, CJ 25-33, CJ 25-34, CJ 25-35, CJ 25-36, CJ 25-37, settling for the amount of $174,401.98 and releasing Great Plains Improvement Foundation from any and all future claims related to the homes previously mortgaged by the City of Lawton.
Have a motion, is there a second? Would you have a second? Please call the roll.
Hankins,
Or
Booker.
vote, whatever.
Smith.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Weider. Williams. Warren.
Motion carries. Item 44, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B2, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss negotiations for fiscal year ending 26 collective bargaining agreement between the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1882, and the City of Lawton. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
A motion and a second down here. Please call the roll.
Hankins, Booker. Smith.
Yes.
Gill. Hampton. Weider. Williams. Warren.